Hey there, everybody. This is a little early for me, but this is the way it has to be right at the moment. Okay, let's see, official releases. Hmm. Okay, so this is where we're going to be at right at the moment. Let's see, make sure everything's good there. I can close that out. As you can see, I'm updating my Unity right at the moment to try to handle all the updates. They updated to 2019, so I'm handling that aspect. Um, the idea that I have is to try to go more for the Android. Um, I don't know how. I mean, I know a lot of people use the uh, Apple um, iPhones. Um, but I haven't really developed on it before, so I don't know um, how much um, how much I need for the iOS. But I mean, at the same time, I don't necessarily want to limit this particular game um, to only one. Uh, to only one platform. I mean, I'll build it for PC. I'll build it for Android. I guess I'll add the Apple in there. Okay, so um, of course this was gonna happen. I'll wait for a little bit on that. Okay, so once again, no big, got some problems there. Okay, so here's the thing. Um, I was trying to look around for the documents that I thought my friend gave me concerning the. Um, I thought I thought I had the documents um, that my friend gave me that he wrote concerning the game that he developed, or he and some of my friends developed. I can't seem to find that document. I'm not quite sure exactly where it is right at this moment in time. Um, you know what? Let me Let me check some of my old email accounts and see if it might be um, in one of them real quick. So hold on a second, let me... Uh, of course. Hmm. Okay. I don't want to add a phone. Oh my god. Yahoo, go away. Okay. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. Nope. Can't seem to find anything there. So, not too much of a surprise. We didn't really talk about it until after I pretty much gave up on my YouTube Yahoo account. Let's see if it's in my Gmail somewhere. Okay. Gmail, you're taking some time here. Hmm. It's, I'm streaming at the same time, so I guess it makes it's somewhat understandable, but still. Thank you. Hmm. Okay, so I did find um, discussions with my friend on this. Okay, I knew I had it somewhere. I just wasn't sure exactly where. Um, it was going to be. Um, okay, let me make sure that I have. Okay, sorry about this, folks. I'm just trying to reread everything. I mean, I have a lot of it still kind of locked in my head, but still, I wanted to try to find like the um, original concepts of it kind of aspect, so that um, I could kind of reiterate what it is um, that I'm trying to go for here. So, um, okay, sorry about that. Um, so the name of the game is going to be when Notepad actually wants to kind of update. Ooh, it's struggling. Come on, Notepad. Work with me on this one. Oh boy. What is up with this? Okay, maybe if I do something here. Alright, so GGG, Ghouls, Ghosts, and Goblins. Template will be 2D. Alright, asset package. Okay, I'm gonna hold off on adding the packages right at this moment in time because this is still kind of the um, preliminary phase of development. You know, the concept kind of phase, something where you kind of put down your ideas, put down what you kind of want to discuss, um, that kind of aspect. So I'm just gonna make the initial project here, just so that I have something kind of in place. Now, when I can actually download the 2019 file, then I will update this project to the latest. Um, I don't want to cause additional problems for myself, by using tools that are been um, deprecated or removed completely. So um, I've had some issues with Unity from time to time. Um, so I just want to make sure that I'm not shooting myself in the foot, when it comes to later on down the line on this particular project. So um, I don't know what the hell is going on with notepad, but GGG, Ghouls, Ghosts, and Goblins. Okay. So I'm just gonna try to brainstorm all the processes of the game here, there, folks. So bear with me on this. So obviously, you know, you want some kind of story to any kind of game that you're developing. You know, even if it's a small one. You know, um, you could, you know, story synopsis, that kind of aspect. You know, uh, it could be as simple as um, tank fighting off other tanks or something simple like that. You know, um, uh, you know, ship flying through asteroids. Um, Player dodging ghosts. You know, that kind of stuff. I mean, you don't need to have it, you know, totally elaborate kind of aspect, but you know, you should have some kind of concept as to what you want to go with the game. Then we need the um, game board or the where it's going to be taking place. Um, what does the player do? You know, what are they faced with? Enemies. Um, any kind of user interface. What kind of sounds? Um, animations slash graphics. Um, let's see. Um, Now, so with animation slash graphics, I'm gonna need some. Okay, so um, well, uh, I'm I'm putting down, you know, some of the basics here, but at the same time, I'm not really giving you guys the full story on this. So, um, so basically, the concept of the game is, um, you know, the player has to defend their town against hordes of ghouls, ghosts, and goblins. Okay, this is going to be 2D, so um, there's I'm not anywhere close to being any kind of 3D developer right at this moment in time. I'm not even going to try to attempt that because that requires a lot of animation, a lot of skeletal work. Um, like for example, the survival shooter, a lot of those assets were already pre-built. Okay, if I'm doing this from scratch, if I'm doing this from um, just from what I can develop, all those little, figurines that does their, simple animations kind of aspect, the player and the three different type of creations, I would have to try to build those, okay? And I don't have that kind of experience, okay? I'm not an animator, I don't do graphics, so it would be really difficult for me to consider doing that on my own. So, um, let me turn on the sound, even though I'm probably never going to really use it all that much. Um, so, um, so that's the reason why I'm kind of not pushing for the 3D right at this moment in time. I know that I can't do it on my own. Or at least it would take me a long time to even consider trying to figure out how to actually, you know, build the skeletal structure, build the animations, and then put the graphical overlay on those particular skeletal structures to make it even appealing. Um, I mean, uh, I'm already kind of taking up a if I can't find an artist that's willing to kind of help me as to the standard sprite graphics of this game, I'm gonna be kind of in trouble to begin with, even on a 2D scale. I would have to kind of try to consider doing all the stuff myself. And stick figures, that's about as much as I can do for their folks. So I'm looking at this already, and you know, uh, I'm gonna have some difficulties. Um, Sounds again. I'm I might have played music back in high school, but I was never a composer. I never made music myself. So sound effects. Well, sound effects I could probably find. Um, but if I want to have actually any kind of music to it, then I'm gonna either have to find some kind of resource, like some free music out there that they're okay with me using it for one of my games. I don't really know. Um, so I'm I'm gonna have to be if if I can't find someone that is willing to kind of help me on this for for free pretty much because I can't offer anything um, other than a small percentage of um, the money that comes in maybe um, there's not much that I can really do with that. So so human village defends itself from hordes of ghouls, ghosts, and goblins. And that's pretty much it. That's all the basics of the story that I really need to put down for it. I mean, I can go into an elaborate um, development of it all. Um, hmm. Sorry, I just got a message through Discord right at the moment. Sorry, I'm trying to um, change my Discord settings here real quick because I just had someone say that they can't actually read the messages, which is um, unfortunate. Let me. Hmm. Okay. Um, okay, so getting back to this, sorry about that, folks. So, I can make the story, much more like, um, like, why are the humans trying to fight off these hordes? What actually started this problem in the first place? Um, why are these hordes trying to come after the humans? Blah, blah, blah. I can put a lot of backstory onto this portion um, of the storyline here. So it just kind of, um, but that's the thing with this particular game concept. I'm not. It's not going to be. The gameplay itself is meant to be something fairly simplistic. You know, it's not a role-playing game. It's meant to, you know, um, the the main concept of this is to, you know, treat it in such a fashion where someone can get maybe an hour's worth of enjoyment from it, if not more. Okay. Um, I'm going to attempt to build it in such a way where um, um, someone can actually uh, play the game, and I will build the game in such a fashion where um, it will always generate, a new level. So something that will, um, as I was talking with Mono a couple, sessions back, um, I want to create a concept or create a game in this particular instance where um, I'm not building the maps every single time, you know. Um, I wanted to kind um, I wanted to be able to generate the maps, on its own without, uh, without me having to try to build the maps themselves, kind of thing. I mean, uh, take for example, um, games like, um, Super Mario Brothers, something really simplistic. Okay, each one of those levels has been pre-built. Okay, someone actually went in and designed each one of those levels every single time. Okay, um, the Super Mario Brothers level isn't generated on the fly. Okay, um, it's like the Mario Maker kind of maps. These are maps that someone else has built. To be used over and over and over, and it can be, you know, um, it can be redone over and over and over again. Okay, so um, the I don't. I mean, I can do that, but it doesn't. The problem with those kind of games, okay, is that you have to build it in such a fashion where you have to kind of create multiple levels kind of aspect, which requires a lot of time for level development, and then you have to test it to make sure each one of them is, um, works. There's no problems with each one of those levels kind of aspect. Um, you really have to kind of test through those levels to make sure that they can actually work. Okay, you're gonna have some kind of difficulties from time to time on that, and I don't necessarily want to. Um, I want to be able to create something that, um, if a player wants to play the game, they'll be able to um, have a different level each and every single time. Okay, I want to try to build this in such a fashion where they, every single time that they play the game, they're going to have some kind of fun aspect to it. So, um, so the game board, okay, is, you know, going to be uh, generated each level. Okay, um, so it's not going to be a pre-built kind of level, it's going to be something that I will have to kind of code out um, so that everything kind of, works the way it needs to work. Okay. Now, um, now with the player, okay, they're in charge um, of protecting the human village. Um, uh, Details about the human village. Um, Center of map. Number of humans increase per level. Um, uh, Technology upgrades per level. Okay, so here's the idea for it. Okay, you have this um, you have this human village in the center of the map. Okay, and it's trying to fight off all these ghouls, ghosts, and goblins. Okay. It's hard eating lunch and trying to talk at the same time, so I apologize for that. So, sorry about that. Large piece of chicken. Um, so you have the humans in the center of the map. Okay, they're supposed to survive against hordes of ghouls, ghosts, and goblins. Okay, the um, the concept of the game is um, the humans have to go outside of the village to gather up resources so that they can kind of um, bolster up their defenses to a point where um, they basically secure themselves against um, against the enemy. Um, it's always going to be a reactive kind of a game where um, first level is going to be humans versus the ghouls. Okay, the ghouls will have a slight advantage every single time. you know um, Making it difficult each level for the humans. You know, the ghouls will, be able to kind of, pick off the humans kind of aspect, you know, and the next level the humans will, upgrade to a new technology to try to combat them. But the ghouls will then upgrade their tools to, you know, make it a little bit easier for them to once again capture humans. Okay. And the cycle goes on for, a couple rounds, couple levels. Okay. So, um, in all that time, I'm going to be boosting up the number of humans. I'm going to be boosting up the number of goblins, or the number of ghouls, and it just keeps on moving up and moving up and moving up. Okay. And then we're going to expand out the map once again. This is where I add in the ghosts. Okay, and the ghosts change the strategy. Okay, the humans will still have to, fight against the goblins and the ghouls, but the ghosts come in and change the dynamic. Okay, the humans are still at that technology where they're going to be fighting off the ghouls, but the ghosts themselves are going to be um, are going to make things a little bit more difficult for the humans. Okay, so and all this kind of process will be kind of explored and I need to make sure that the balance is going to be okay. I don't want to get it to the point where um, it becomes impossible for the player. I want to make it difficult, but I don't necessarily want to make it impossible either. You need to give your players some amount of um, chance of success. Okay, otherwise, um, you're just gonna make things too impossible for the player. Okay, and we don't necessarily want that. Um, Now, don't get me wrong. There are some games out there that people find excruciatingly difficult. Okay, um, especially for that has never played it before. Like, um, well, one of the more famous one that just came out was um, um, Bennett Foddy's. Um, oh, why am I blanking on the name all of a sudden? Um, uh, I'm totally blanking on the name. This is annoying. Oh, um, Um, so while the humans are fighting off the ghouls, ghosts come in, change the, um, they ramp up the difficulty. You know, they change the game. Okay, the humans still have this. You know, I get it to a point where um, the humans will be able to kind of counter the ghouls. Okay, it will be like a staircase kind of aspect where um, you know the ghouls will always have some kind of um, tool to make it difficult for the humans, but eventually it will get to a point where it plateaus. The humans will come up with some way of countering everything that the ghouls can throw at them, and therefore um, the they won't be as much of a threat. You know, they're still going to be a threat, but it still won't be um, completely impossible. Okay. Um, then I throw the ghouls and the ghosts in. Okay. Same kind of process. Okay. While the humans are fending off the ghouls, they now have a staircase for the ghosts. Okay. And the technology progresses for the ghosts to the point where, you know, they get to a plateau with them. Okay. Same kind of concept. Okay. Um, and then that's where the goblins come in. Once again, they throw in another um, aspect of gameplay that you know the human player um, isn't used to, and therefore it ramps up the difficulty, you know, just that much more. Okay. Um, so, and once again, you have another staircase of progression on that, to the point where you have um, you basically have a large map with the humans in the center, and you have, you know, ghouls, ghosts, and goblins all trying to charge in onto the human village um, for their own gains. Um, there's plenty of room for growth on this. Possible to even maybe make it like a multiplayer kind of aspect. You know, do some kind of networking, but I'm gonna hold off on that for now. Okay, I just want to try to um, make this initial concept first. Okay, before I go on to, you know, develop something more. Okay, um, you know, if there is, you know, some amount of interest in it, then great. But for the time being, it's gonna have to kind of, you know, that's just myself working on this. So I'm gonna have to keep the development to down to a minimum for the most part. Okay, so here's where the gameplay comes into play. Okay. Um, if anyone has ever played a game, okay, um, one of the games that I really did enjoy was a game called Majesty. Let's see. Now, if anyone has, if anyone uh, when what the heck? Oh, sorry. Someone was commenting on my uh, YouTube. Uh, so, um, sorry about that. Got sidetracked. So, Majesty is a game where you start off um, with your main palace, okay? And inside the palace you have a number of townsfolk and maybe some guards, kind of as right. And then you're able to build, um, you know, additional buildings around the town, which, you know, you have some farms that pop up, um, you know, uh, additional buildings, so on and so forth. But one of the concepts, one of the one of the deals with this particular game was the fact that you didn't actually control the heroes all that often. Um, you you could set flags for them so that they could go and attack someplace or explore someplace, but you didn't really control them yourselves, and that was an interesting concept that I really did enjoy for that particular game. Um, the AI was, controlling all the individual um, units in the game. All the townsfolk, all the guards, all the heroes, everything. They had their own set of skills to them to where the um, um, uh, so that um, the um, so they wouldn't really necessarily um, mimic any of the other heroes. Like the archer wouldn't mimic um, the knight. The rogue wouldn't mimic the archer. Those kind of things. They had their own unique personalities to them. Okay, and that's what I kind of enjoyed about the game. Okay, um, the idea for Ghouls, Ghosts, and Goblins is kind of the same in the sense that um, the the village itself, the human village, will um, will send out humans into the world, and it's your job to kind of manage them, protect them um, in some fashion or another. Okay, um, all the while the ghouls, the ghosts, and the goblins are all trying to capture each and every single human to take back to their main base. Okay. Um, so um, so the gonna need to make sure that I can kind of handle that kind of um, um, I can handle uh, the individuals kind of process. Um, um, I can, each one of the individual humans will be able to do what's necessary to kind of build up the village to make it to the next level. But in order to do that, you as a player need to instruct the humans, you know, hey, we need to get these kind of resources. Hey, um, we need to shore up this particular defensive area to prevent the ghouls from attacking us. That kind of stuff. Um, so it's going to be an interesting. Um, it's going to be a challenge for me, because I'm going to be trying to use my background in AI development to try to handle um, the not only the three sets of different enemies and all the different technologies that they're going to be using, but also give the player the tools that they need in order to defend themselves against the enemies necessary. So, um, so they how I'm going to be going about doing that is going to be um, a little difficult, okay? Because, like I said, balance is one of those aspects that's going to be difficult for this kind of a game. Um, um, it's one of the reasons why I'll I'll probably need some individuals to try to test it out for me. Um, see if the if I need to kind of try to uh, modify the AI so that um, I can kind of meet the initial problems. Um, I don't necessarily want an AI, running up against the wall and going, duh, like for example, here, let me kind of let me close this down real quick, and I'll show you what I mean by that. Okay, so I bring up the 2D roguelike, okay, and I'll go ahead and run the game, and you guys can kind of see what I mean by that. So hold on 1 second. Okay, now if I play the game, okay, we have our individual here. But as you can see, now he finally moves up. It took him a while to get to that point. And now the AI isn't moving beyond that. Okay, I'm gonna mute the audio here real quick. It was pretty loud. But as you can see, the AI is not really figuring out a way to get around the barrier. Okay, and I don't want this kind of concept where I go, like, you have an AI that's like up here in the corner going, I'm running against the wall, I'm losing a whole lot of food, blah, 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 I can't really do anything. You see what I'm saying? Um, so, uh, you know, as it is anyway, right now, that zombie right there is constantly trying to move to the left, okay, against the wall, when it could easily move up to the left and up to get me, okay? The AI of this particular script is is too basic for um, um, any real serious kind of game. Okay, just look at Pac-Man. Okay, the ghosts are constantly moving. Okay, um, and they're always going to be. Um, it's very rare for them to, if they're going in one direction, to go in the exact opposite direction. You know, but it happens from time to time. Not very often, but it does happen. Okay. Um, so, um, especially for like, one of the, I think it's like Clyde that, um, I think it's Clyde that can do that. Um, but yeah, uh, you know, I need to make sure that the artificial intelligence, for this game that I'm going to be making is robust enough to handle um, the idea of being able to move itself around barriers like this. Okay, if I can't get the humans, the ghouls, the ghosts, and the goblins to be able to walk around barriers, okay, then I failed as a programmer to make um, a challenging game. Okay, so um, yeah, the player is going to be in charge of trying to you know protect the human village, protect the humans, but not actually control the humans themselves. Okay, um, that's the that's the concept of this. That's the reason why I'm going more for a majesty style. Okay, um, it's probably going to be kind of frustrating for some players because they're gonna go, why is this human going in this direction, blah, kind of thing. But that's part of the challenge. Okay. Um, Otherwise, um, you would have to have it be like a real-time strategy kind of aspect, where you have to manage every single human that's on the screen. And while that might be all well and good for like on a PC, it's not exactly, as I continuously increase the amount of humans, and the amount of enemies, it becomes unmanageable after a while. Okay. Um, you have to have some kind of automation being done from the humans, okay, from the enemy, okay, to um, so that the player doesn't have to try to micromanage every single last little detail, okay. It would, it gets too much for a person at a particular point, okay. If you give them um, if you give them too much to try to handle, they're going to get frustrated at the game and basically stop. Okay, that's just the way of it. Um, you need to give them some, especially with a strategy, sim style of game, you have to give them some kind of automation for, you know, to handle the sheer amounts of information and stuff like that that's going to be coming in. And believe me, for this kind of game concept, they're going to be facing quite a bit. Okay, so um, not in direct control of the humans. Um, Placing barriers. Marking resources for gathering and marking areas of danger. Okay, so basically, um, as humans continue to gather resources and stuff like that, that will give you, the player, um, the ability to try to defend against, the ghosts and goblins. Okay, but I'm going to be changing things up a little bit by saying, hey, well, uh, sure, I might put a barrier down to, that humans will build up to block against the ghouls, but the ghosts, they're incorporeal. They're going to move through physical barriers. So you putting down a physical barrier to try to block out the goblins, or block out the ghouls and the goblins, not going to work so well with the ghosts. So you see what I'm saying? There's um, I'm going to be ramping up the difficulties so that um, the you're going to have to try to figure out strategies to try to counter um, what the enemy is going to be bringing in. Okay, so um, uh, oh yeah, hiring uh, human hunters. Okay. One of the other concepts that I'm going to be adding into this game is the ability for you to actually um, getting individuals that will actually um, counter, uh, you know, the ghouls, ghosts, and goblins. Okay, they if they see one, they will be able to destroy it. Okay, but and I'm putting it on the spot here. Okay, the concept is I'm going to create a hunter. Okay, that um, that can only hunt a specific type of monster. So for example, like uh, take for example Ghostbusters. Okay, you know, Ghostbusters hunt ghosts, right? Okay, but you wouldn't expect them to be able to handle themselves against like a zombie outbreak or something along those lines. You know, they only have the tools necessary to hunt the ghosts. So that's that's the that's the main thought line that I'm having here. Okay, um, you know, the player will be able to hire a Ghostbuster, for example. Okay, and that Ghostbuster will go out and destroy the ghost that it faces. Okay, but if it if it gets faced with a ghoul or a goblin, um, he won't really know what to do, so most likely they will run away from that particular point of danger. Okay, so so just kind of bear that in mind, or at least that's the concept that I'm kind of going with here. Um, um, let's see. What else can the player do? Um, After getting to a certain level, able to return to said level. Okay, well this is a little bit different than what I kind of stated before. Okay, um, I don't necessarily want people to be able to have to like go through the tutorial every single time. Okay, let's face it. After you go through a tutorial once, you really don't want to go through it every single time, right? It's like the uh, you look at World of Warcraft players, for example. Okay, they absolutely hate having to create a brand new character, going through all the beginning level kind of um, they hate the beginning zones. Okay, you know, it makes it really difficult uh, for like brand new players because everybody that's been like playing World of Warcraft don't want to even deal with it. Okay, they don't want to deal with the beginning areas at all. They just want to move on to the late stages. The new content, and and that's all that they want to deal with. Okay, um, so the concept here is, I don't want to necessarily throw these individuals um, into the first level and um, every single time that they want to play. Like if they select start game, I want them to be able um, to either start at the very first level or start off at the very last level. They can pick which level that they kind of want to go with. Okay. Now here's a slight problem with that. Okay, because I'm talking about the levels changing. It's not going to be the exact same level. Okay. Um, these aren't going to be pre-built levels. Okay, um, so the level that I'm kind of referring to here is I guess you might say the technology level. Where do the humans stand? Where do the ghouls stand? Where the ghosts stand? Where the goblins? You know, are all three of them kind of together in the same map? Are you just facing off against the ghouls? Are you just facing off against the ghosts? Same with the goblins. That kind of stuff. Um, uh, I may do it in such a way where, you know, you have the humans, they face off against the ghouls. Okay. Then we take away the ghouls and then they face off against the ghosts. Then we take away the ghosts and they face off against the goblins. Okay. Then we start adding, you know, two at a time kind of thing. Ghouls and ghosts, ghouls and goblins, ghosts and goblins. That kind of aspect. Give the um, ramp up the challenge that way. And then at the very end, we use all three. Ghouls, Ghosts, and Goblins. The player has to deal with all three of them all at the same time. Okay. Um, but those levels change. Okay, they're not going to be the same. They're not going to be the same layout. They're not going to be the same. Um, the resources aren't going to be at the same place. And that's really all that really changes for the level per se. So, um, I'm gonna have to kind of preset where each one of the um, I'm gonna have to kind of preset, how many resources are available, um, on the map. I'm gonna have to kind of set the um, how many enemies are gonna be spawning from each one of the camps, how many humans you have, and where the end goal is for each one of these levels kind of aspect. So there is going to be some amount of set um, stable aspect of it, but the maps themselves, those are going to change. I don't want people memorizing the maps each and every single time. Okay, like you see these speedrunners, on like Super Mario Brothers. They know where everything is. That's the reason why they're able to fly all over the place and be able to do that. I mean, I respect people that do that, but I want to have that kind of challenge. Okay, to the point where they don't have to memorize it. Okay, um, I want that kind of challenge level for the players. Um, so that the resources are in different locations on the map, and therefore um, they're gonna have to kind of change up um, how they want to proceed on said map. Um, so uh, so resource locations change. Um, Number of enemies, resources, humans, and technologies remain. Okay. Um, what else can the player do? Um, they're going to be able to kind of save and load the game. Um, save what level they're at, or um, I'm gonna want to try to put in a um, some kind of method to where I can save where they're at the point of um, at that particular point on the map, kind of a thing. If uh, it means saving all the enemy locations, saving all the human locations, all the resources still available, um, you know, what level they're on, that kind of aspect. Okay. Um, I don't necessarily need to worry too much about like the end game kind of um, details, in the sense that um, you know, if you have to gather up a certain number of resources, then the um, those are still going to be in place per the level, so I don't necessarily need to save those aspects of it. Okay, because those are going to be preset, you know. Um, but I'm still going to need to know, you know, uh, where the human locations are, where the enemy locations are, if there's any kind of hunters, um, if there's any kind of markings for, you know, where um, the player wants to be, you know, for gathering resources, for you know, marking areas of danger. Okay. Now, um, I think that's about as much as I want to try to give the humans or the player. Um, let's see. Let me go ahead and save this. Programming projects. Um, put it right here. GGG concept. There we go. Okay. Now let's kind of develop the game board a little bit. I'm thinking use you know, hex um, hex tiles for movement and resources. Okay, so that you can kind of um, it creates more of a challenge that way. Um, or at least that's the initial concept. I mean, I can I can go with a standard square pattern, but the only problem with this kind of aspect is um, the it's a little difficult to try to um, make it balanced per se. So let me try to uh, let me try to kind of clarify here. Um, with a square, it can be kind of difficult to um, balance distance. Okay, so um, let me see if I can maybe try to figure out something here that might um, um, okay. No, 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 I'm not wanting to actually download a PDF here. Um, hmm. Okay, here, let me try to do it this way maybe. Um, just to try to, get the concept down here first. So give me a second while I'm um, yeah. So let's try doing this. Okay. So let's say we have a map that is um, I'm gonna put it at um, let's see. Let me make sure that I'm getting this kind of correct here. I'm gonna do a 5x5 grid, but I'm gonna make it 7x7 to kind of show um, uh, what's going on here. So let's um, so let's go ahead and do that. Oh no, damn it! Don't do that to me. Okay. So now um, I'm going to change these into green. Okay. So let's say that we have our map here, which I'm going to just go ahead and put in all the borders, right? Okay. So I've already stated that I want the humans to kind of be in the center location, right? Well, the I don't necessarily want to be doing, hey, here's the ghouls, here's the ghosts, and here's the goblins. Okay, I don't want to do that because that's just going to, um, it allows the player to kind of go to these locations here and gather up resources without any, uh, major harassments. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to try to kind of balance out everything, by saying, hey, I'm gonna put, this guy here, and I'm gonna put that guy, you know, down there. Okay, so that humans are always constantly being harassed by, by the different groups, right? That's the whole concept of this. Okay, problem is that if you notice this, okay, the distance between, like say this is the ghouls, okay, I'm just gonna type in here, ghouls, okay, the distance between, um, these two locations is two spaces, right? But if I have, um, you know, the ghosts, for example, you know, they're gonna take, you know, four spaces to get to um, the humans. Now, I could say, hey, it's going to be fine if I do everything kind of diagonally. Okay, that's fine. Okay, but what if I can't really do that? What if, you know, um, you know, uh, diagonal could be, potentially dangerous or something like that. The the amount of graphics that I need to try to handle all that might be a little bit more problematic for it. That kind of concept. Okay. Um, so that's why I'm thinking more of a hex style of grid, so that this kind of directional is more of a kind of a triangle based kind of aspect. So here, let me Let me go here. So take this for example, okay? I'm not really well. Let me see if I can find something that's like a triangle based. Um, oh, there we go. Okay, so take this for example, okay? Um, the the concept of what I'm trying to look at is I placed like the human village right in the center aspect. Okay, that's still kind of equal distance between, you know, the three enemy bases kind of aspect, and they will be able to kind of still be able to kind of gather resources, but they're still going to be harassed equal distance from the other enemies. Okay, I just put it like an enemy base in these two locations kind of thing, and they will always generate a new unit in the starter spot kind of aspect, and then they will just move towards the humans. Okay, so that's my initial thought line on this, and with this kind of a hex grid, I'll be able to actually um, um, I'll be able to try to figure out, how do I want to have um, everything kind of, where do they move kind of style to it. Now this makes it a little bit more difficult on the programming side of things because um, there's no um, there's no real hex um, data structure in programming. Okay, or there really uh, there might there might be um, some developments that have kind of been built from that, but this kind of style of um, data structure isn't like official. Um, so I would need to create a um, I would need to basically create nodes to kind of determine where each one of these are, whether or not it faces just a barrier, or if it faces one of the uh, particular enemy encampments, you know, that kind of stuff. Um, so, I can go down here and basically say, um, so node, um, then we have, you know, path northwest, path northeast, you know, path west, path east, path southwest, path south east kind of aspect, and then I can kind of um, have um, then I can basically generate to see whether or not, hey, is this a node you know, is resource or something along those lines. The the I need to develop each one of these into um, each one of these little hexadecimal symbols kind of thing into um, into its particular map location. So, and the map will increase in size um, based off of the level. Okay. Um, that will also mean that it's going to be more resource intensive the later levels it goes, because then it will be dealing with um, more nodes to update, more enemies to update, more humans to update. Um, so it's going to be tough for me to try to handle that in an efficient manner. So I'm hoping that that's going to be something that I can do. Um, I may need some help on trying to um, shore up the efficiency on that. So um, if you're if you're kind of interested in that kind of concept or something like that, you know, let me know um, some of the best methods on doing that, because um, so well, one of the I remember back in college, okay, one of my professors said, "Hey, you know, create your own Minesweeper game." I'm like going, "Oh, okay, I can do, I can do Minesweeper game, blah blah blah, right? Um, and I built it. Problem was that I wasn't really efficient on it. See, when you click on an open square, something that has no number or no bombs near it, okay, it opens up. Um, if there's another open square next to it, it will open that up automatically, kind of thing. It will cause a chain reaction that will open up all the empty squares next to it. Okay, and a if it sees a number in a square that actually has a number, it will it will display that number, but it won't go past it. Okay, it won't like check the next spot on the grid for you. Okay, and my method of doing that, well, it sucked, you know. But my professor never told me, hey, you know, you weren't efficient in this particular method. Here's a way to correct that. Okay, that's what irritated me so much about some of my professors. It's like, you didn't get it correctly. Here's a way to fix that. Okay, they wanted you to try to research it on your own. At the same time, it's like, you know, what do you kind of need to look for? Okay, and um, I was always kind of struggling with that a little bit. Okay, I always did the brute force kind of method, and um, while for a simple game like that, for Minesweeper, you know, it was okay. The computer was still able to handle, you know, a simple process of, brute forcing through the grid and opening everything up. Okay, I didn't really have any kind of problems with, um, I was able to develop it in such a way where I could actually open everything up, without any kind of problems to it. But it wasn't efficient. Okay, if I kept on increasing the size of the map larger and larger and larger, to the point where, you know, you have a huge area, then, and like if I put like a single bomb in on this particular on this particular map, for example, okay, it might take forever to brute force through all of that. Okay, you see what I'm saying? So, um, so I had to figure out ways to try to tackle that for this kind of game with these amount of humans and ghouls and ghosts and goblins and so on and so forth. So I have to be ready for that. Um, okay, so um, so I'm gonna want to create um, so let's see. Tiles. Okay, so tile number one, planes. Okay, basically something that. Oh, actually, hold on. First off, human village. Cool village. Ghost village. Goblin village. I need those spots available so that um, I can always set those at a specific location, and I can always add special, specific details for each one of those locations. You know, how many humans, how many ghosts, how many ghouls, how many goblins, blah blah blah. Okay. Next, planes. Okay. Uh, so open for walking. Um, let's see. Placing barriers. And let's see. Um, uh, let's see, what else can I say about planes here? Um, no resources. Um, hmm. Okay. I think that'll be fine for now. Okay. Um, Now we're getting to areas that, um, of resource gathering that um, may, require some amount of changes over time. Okay. This is kind of part of the concept of this that was never really fleshed out all that much. So I'm gonna put down resources, but there's going to be, in my mind right now, I'm gonna have 3 different resources. Okay, I'm not quite sure exactly um, how I can kind of um, um, well, there might be 4 different resources now that I'm thinking about it. Okay, so basically the resources are meant to um, upgrade human village and purchasing of hunters. Okay, so the whole concept of it is um, you want to get to the next level, so you have to kind of build up the human village to be able to kind of protect itself, right? That's the whole concept of it. So you want to have, a particular resource that will basically protect your village, um, and um, it's meant to kind of protect against the ghouls, the ghosts, the goblins. Okay. Um, but each one of those enemies is slightly different on how they attack, how they approach the humans. Um, I want to have, some kind of change in the gameplay that could potentially cause problems um, for the human players. Okay. Um, so like, for example, like, maybe I'll just have the ghouls can only travel by forest or something like that. Um, you know, goblins can only travel by planes. This kind of stuff that it's like, okay, there's some aspects that I kind of need to figure out, but how do you actually counter that? Okay, um, you know, like, first thing that I think of in any kind of, if you're starting out with any kind of village process, you have some kind of wooden structure, wooden walls, wooden houses, so on and so forth. Therefore, you need a forest or whatnot. So, a forest will provide the wood to provide some kind of upgrades to your village. Okay. Then I want to have something to counter ghouls, for example. Well, how do I counter ghouls? Um, um, maybe I need some kind of stone or something like that. Okay. I'm just thinking out loud here, so I mean, bear in mind this is just all kind of concept of what I'm looking at here. Okay. Um, Let me kind of expand this out so everybody can kind of see everything here. Um, I'm just throwing that out there. Maybe stone is more used for goblins than ghouls. I don't know. Um, then we get into the ghosts. Okay, how do we make Ghostbusters kind of thing? Okay, maybe you need some kind of magical stones or something like that. You know, I'm not sure. Okay, um, I'm gonna kind of need to research it a little bit more to figure that out. Okay, you know, what do I need to hunt ghouls? What do I need to hunt goblins? Um, you know, um, and do I need each one of these resources? Um, you know, to create said hunters. Okay. Um, so like for example, you're constantly getting harassed by ghouls, for example. Okay, well, you're not going to go out and harvest magical stones for them. You want to harvest stones, you know, to counter that kind of threat, to make the necessary hunters um, to fight off the encroaching ghouls. Okay, that kind of concept. Okay. Um, so um, so let's say we have um, I'm just gonna put this down for the time being, like silver. Okay. Um, it might be the wrong kind of metal or something like that, but that's what I'm trying to kind of get at here. You have one resource that you need for just building up the village in general. Okay. One resource for um, ghoul hunters, one resource for ghost hunters, and one resource for goblin hunters. Okay. And you need those resources in order to actually produce said hunters to continue protecting yourself. That kind of thing. Okay. Um, then we need um, walls. Or actually, let's see. Uh, we need barrier tiles. And once again, you're going to want to have um, 3 types of barriers. Okay. Or actually, hmm. Actually, I could do something a little bit different here. Um, so, so let's go. Let's change things up here a little bit. Um, okay, so let me go ahead and kind of put down what I'm thinking about here. So, so you have barriers for um, each type. Then you can do um, barriers that are set for um, each a two at a time kind of aspect. You know, ghoul and ghost, ghoul and goblin, ghost and goblin, and then you have all 3. GGG. So this barrier is supposed to protect against all 3 kind of aspect. That this you know I was thinking maybe I can just create just like maybe just 3 barriers kind of thing. That one will defend against ghouls, one that will defend against ghosts, one will defend against goblins. But the more I was thinking about it, I was like, oh well, it would be annoying for the player to go, I'm gonna put a ghoul barrier first, then a ghost, then a goblin, and then suddenly those barriers get totally destroyed because the other 2 can destroy those barriers or something along those lines. Okay. Um, you want something that can kind of generate a barrier to counter all, you know, all of them, either, one at a time, two at a time, or all three of them all together kind of aspect. And these kind of barriers will come based off of the um, technology as you progress through the levels. Okay, that's the whole kind of concept with these. Um, so, um, and each one of these has to and will need a specific resource in order to build said barrier. Okay. Um, so, and then we have the um, outer walls. Impassable. I, am I spelling that right? Sorry, let me make sure my spelling. No, it's impassable. I am. I sometimes do that, folks, so you'll have to kind of forgive me. Um, I'm not, I'm not always 100% on my spelling, so it happens. Um, so basically, that is just to make sure that my the characters will never go outside of the map or anything along those lines. You always want to keep them within a certain location kind of aspect. So um, I could maybe do something like, hey, we're going to have maybe interior mountains that offers nothing on the resources, for example. I could do that too. Um, Although I'm not sure if I really want to do that. That might um, you know um, it would be an interesting kind of concept to try to kind of work with that. So um, so we'll see whether or not I kind of want to do that for this particular game or not. Um, so we'll see. Okay, so um, so there's the concepts for the game board, the player, and the story for those. So let me move on to um, the enemies here. So um, ghouls, ghosts, and goblins. Okay, so um, so each one has its own, standard um, its own little standard enemy kind of aspect. Um, someone that just kind of walks around, trying to see if it can capture a human. Okay. It will, like, these will typically, like, just go through the plains to see if it can find a human in some fashion or another and, capture them in some fashion or another. Okay. That's um, the concept for these. Okay. Um, then we will go with something that is a trapper of some kind. Okay. Something that will basically lay out some kind of trap that the human will be like excited for. Come, the human will run up to the trap, and you know the the particular enemy will go ha, grab the human and walk off with them. Okay. Um, the Now, bear in mind, okay, my concept is that the hunters that will be hired, is supposed to combat each one of these kind of individuals, kind of thing. They will know the standard. They will know the trappers. They will hunt these down. Can hunters fall for traps? I don't know. I'm still kind of debating that. It might break the balance if I allow for that. That the hunters are somehow um, enticed by the traps. Maybe I'll make it as um, like maybe it's a percentage kind of aspect. Like the closer they get to it, the higher chance that they might be enticed by the trap, but they still might be able to kind of break the trap. I'm not sure. That's details that I'll have to kind of work on the um, as I build the game. You know, is um, can the hunters survive against that? Um, can a hunter just completely ignore the trap and completely break it? That kind of stuff. Um, then um, then we have something that will um, I was kind of wondering if I should create like a third that will be like a hunter themselves. Okay, they will you know they will hunt the human hunters, and um, whoever can get off the shot um, will be the ones that kind of win, kind of aspect. Um, I'm not expecting. Um, I'm kind of questioning whether or not I want to kind of go with this. Um, do I want that kind of um, difficulty for the player? Okay. Um, the uh, do I make hunters that are um, you know hunt standard, hunt trappers, hunt hunters? You know, do I do that kind of concept? Okay. Um, or maybe I develop them in such a way where, um, like maybe I build up the levels, like, um, like this is level 1 hunter, That's level 2, and that's level 3. Oh, damn it. Wrong button. You know, not sure. You know, not sure if I kind of want to go with that. Um, you know, are the hunters aspects that I want to try to, do upgrades for inside the village kind of thing. Like you click on it and you say, okay, I want to actually upgrade the science for hunters. Hmm. It would definitely create a point of problems for the player, because if they're having to try to upgrade their human hunters to combat, the different threats, then that's 9 different types of technologies that they have to kind of get through. You know, um, they do. They purchase the level 1 hunter for the ghoul, for example, but they still don't have the technologies for the ghosts and goblins. That makes it a little bit tougher, in the later levels, because then they have to kind of spend resources to upgrade these. Hmm. It's a process. I don't know how. Not sure how it might be received. Um, but it's definitely a thought line. Um, I don't want the player to be too overwhelmed um, with making a whole lot of decisions. So this might be a this might be too much for them. Maybe, not sure. Still, this is obviously, this is still kind of game concept kind of aspect. So, um, you know, do do I have a technology tree to make and therefore try to fight off the enemies? And it's something that I'll probably have to try to figure out. I mean, this is a balance issue here. Can I make it in such a fashion where, as humans are gathering resources to bump up the technologies, can I make um, the the resource gathering enough to allow for them to actually purchase said technologies in time to counter all these and still win the game? Okay, um, so obviously that's kind of like a balance issue. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not I can kind of put that together, um, which will require uh, a lot of process on the UI side of the concept. Make it easy for the player to understand. Hey, um, you know, if you click on, you know, for example, if you click on the planes, you know, um, do you want to place a barrier? Do you want to, you know, mark an area for resource gathering? Mark an area for danger? Um, do you want to um, put a flag for a particular hunter to go to, this kind of stuff, Um, and if I click on the human village, it will open up other uh, other possibilities and whatnot. Um, so um, tile submenus. Camera movement. Title screen. Obviously, I'll need. Um, um, I'll need a game over screen if they lose at some point. I'll need a level select screen. I'll need save screen. Loading screen. Let's see. Let's see. I'll need human submenus. So, like for example, if I see a human that potentially might get attacked by an enemy, I can tell him run back to base or something like that. Um, you know, hey bud, you're about ready to get surrounded by ghosts. Get back to base. Um, you know, obviously, I'll need to set up a system where if a human sees one of these particular enemies and it doesn't have any kind of um, resources to counter these enemies, like if they're not a hunter, they will most likely try to run from them because the enemies will always chase after um, one of the humans, for example. Um, I'll need to set up a defensive perimeter the um, around the human village so that um, it's not impossible for the humans to leave the village and um, you know go and get some resources. I mean, I don't necessarily want them to you know exit the village, see a monster, and then run right back in. Okay, that that gets to a point where um, it then becomes impossible for the player. You see what I'm saying? So, especially if the player hasn't been able to get um, enough resources for a hunter. Okay, for example, like say you have the human village and suddenly the entire screen gets flooded by ghouls. Okay, um, you know, if all these ghouls surround the village, there's no way for the humans to get any resources, and therefore they're not going to be able to win. So we don't want that to happen. Okay, so I have to figure out some way of um, trying to be careful with that kind of balance. Okay, I don't wanna get to a point where uh, I make the game completely impossible for the player. So um, so yeah. Um, I'll probably have to kind of come back to this video from time to time um, to kind of go back over some of my initial ideas or whatnot for this. I'll also have to kind of look at the emails that my friends kind of gave me to um, see what they're all about on this. Um, Sounds going to need help. Um, let's see. Sounds for each. Um, Title screen. Music. Title screen. Sound effects. Game over. Music. Game over. Sound effects. You know, like switching between whether or not you want to like retry the level or if you want to just exit the game, you'll have the cursor movement kind of sound effects. So, don't think I really need any kind of sound effects for like save and load. That seems a little redundant. Um, uh, Gameplay music. You know, just background music for the game. It's gonna be necessary. Um, I may need to think about uh, creating, you know, seeing if I can create some kind of aspect where I'll signal whether or not a human's in danger or something along those lines. Give some kind of uh, sound effect or musical cue to the player that, hey, um, uh, you're you're gonna be, you know, you're under attack kind of aspect. You know, you need to defend yourself in some fashion or another. So we'll see whether or not I want to try to go about doing that. Um, uh, so enemy sound effects. Let me go ahead and list each one there. Oh wait, I need to. I'm messing up on my um, on my ordered list here. Let's go ahead and fix that. Um, I was seeing these up here and I was kind of messing myself up a little bit. So let's go ahead and change these to the right. I want to make sure that I'm kind of getting everything kind of situated properly. Okay, so whole ghost and Now, this obviously will change based off of the um, uh, each type. Or do I just have, one particular sound effect um, for the individuals kind of aspect? So, um, hold on a second, I got a text message from a friend of mine. Check. About it. Okay. Okay. Uh, Sorry about that. I wanted to kind of send my message. This individual that I'm texting right at the moment was the original developer of this game concept. So I want to try to um, keep to his original design as much as I can without um, without truly like ruining his kind of vision of it. So I want to try to keep to it as much as I can while still trying to present a um, a viable game for production. Okay, make it to a point where um, this can still be playable on PC, on the mobile, and um, it still works um, for that initial concept that he graciously gave to me. Um, I'm gonna, obviously when this is done, I'm gonna give, a lot of the credits to, to my friends on this because, you know, the while I'm gonna be trying to work on the development every Sunday, trying to get this done, and you'll see me as I try to progress through this. Um, I'm still going to give them the benefit of 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 the initial concept of this. Um, you know, I've I basically listing out everything that uh, has already been uh, kind of discussed for the most part with him. Now it's just a matter of trying to uh, develop it out and um, try to flesh it out. Try to work on the balance, work on the um, whole kind of make sure that it's playable. Okay. Um, So we'll see about this some more as we progress. So um, let me put a little footnote here. Do, 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 do. Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm kind of putting this information down so that I can kind of go back to it at any point. So um, then we need human assets. Um, uh, barrier construction. Um, let's see, what else can I do? Hunter, hiring, um, technology, upgrade screen, um, let's see, I need to have a level when music, hey, you completed the level, da 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 da, kind of aspect. So I'll need to have that in there. Um, okay, let's see. Um, let's see. AI fear. And if they see a particular enemy, they'll get scared and start running off. Um, uh, obviously, I want to try to kind of have that kind of um, sound effect only show up when the camera's in the area, which is going to be kind of a interesting process. I don't think I really covered, I don't think that was really covered too much in any of the Unity tutorials that I did. So we'll see whether or not I can actually kind of pull that off, whether or not I can actually say um, if the camera is in this particular area, um, um, these sound effects are available. But I'm not sure. This is obviously stuff that will take a little bit of um, it will take a little bit of work to try to see whether or not it's even possible. Like, for example, okay, if I have, like, the humans calling out some kind of, sound effect for whenever they encounter an enemy. Well, what happens when you have like 10 of them happening all at once? Okay, you're gonna basically have your ears bleed based off of the sheer amount of sound effects, um, sounds that are happening one after another, or exploding in your ears, just, saying, "Oh my God, this, I see an enemy, I gotta run away," having that have like, happen like 10 times in a single second or something along those lines, that that creates, um, that creates a problem. So we don't necessarily want that to overwhelm the player. Um, so um, let's see. Um, could always do a ready for work kind of, you know, um, kind of sound effect, like, in in Warcraft, for example. Whenever you develop a peasant so that you know you can use them to harvest wood, and go get some gold, for example. They typically go to, ready for work kind of aspect. So, um, you know, you could do the same kind of, could also do the same kind of sound effect for that as well. Um, let's see. Is there anything else that I can think of concerning the um, uh, resource gathering? So, chopping down wood, mining stone, you know, um, using a pickaxe for the silver, this all that kind of aspect, I can always have a sound effect for those. So, um, so let's see. Uh, okay, the probably gonna want, um, let's see. Let me just go to J. Um, banner sound effects. Okay, so um, my idea here is, um, if I want to, mark resources or mark areas of danger. Okay, I'll put down these banners that will, um, you know, uh, show these kind of, um, put out down a banner for gathering, put down a banner for danger, that kind of aspect. So, um, let me make sure that I have these. Here we go. So I know what I'm trying to get at for that. Um, I think I think that's about it for the time being. Um, I don't really know if there's really anything more that I want to do on that for now. So, um, so yeah, I'm going to move on to the next portion of this, and um, Okay, so human movement, or actually, let me just go humans in general here, and then we'll do movement, idle, gathering, construction, hunting, let's see, fear, slash running, let's see, what else, uh, um, caught and trap. Need that in there. Let's see. What other kind of animations or graphics would I need for the humans here? I guess I could probably do something like, an animation. Like if we gather up enough resources, we could have all the humans go, yay! You know, it's possible. Not really necessary for it, but I mean, it's a, um, you know, it's, um, and this is kind of more of an extra kind of aspect, if I can get someone to actually kind of do that, then that's a concept, a possibility that can be done. So, so let me go ahead and put down enemies for the time being, and this is gonna be a tough one as well because this is for each one of them. Um, um, let's see. Okay, so I'm it's just so you all kind of understand what I'm doing here. Um, this game is meant to be fairly PG. Okay, I don't necessarily want to be. Um, I want it to be playable by everyone as much as I can. Okay, so um, I'm gonna try to limit the amount of violence shown, so that this can be pretty much played by anyone that is um, mm, that is interested in the game. Okay, meaning um, it should be playable by young kids to adults. Okay, that's the whole kind of um, that's the whole idea of this. Now, bear in mind, okay, as the difficulty ramps up, it might be a little bit harder for young kids to kind of get it. It's gonna be um, aimed at a higher maturity level um, to be able to figure out the strategies necessary in order to actually complete each one of the levels. Okay, I'm not saying that all kids won't be able to do that. I'm just saying, this is, you know, um, uh, some kids might have a harder time with it. Okay. Uh, it's like, I remember back in the day when I tried to play Risk with, you know, my dad and my older brother. Okay. They walked all over me. Okay. They crushed me really easily because I didn't really know any better. I didn't really know the strategies necessary for the game. So I kept on like attacking everything. Okay, leaving my forces completely bare so that they could just walk right on over me. Okay, I didn't really know the strategies at the time. So I lost more often than not. Okay, well, to be honest, I don't remember ever actually winning against them. Um, but um, it left me quite upset, obviously, because I was like, oh, I'm trying my best, kind of aspect. Um, uh, so that's I'm not designing this specifically for kids in mind. Okay, if I was done designing this specifically for kids in mind, I would reduce down the difficulty level of it. Okay, so I would make the enemies completely stupid or something along those lines. Okay, but I want this to be enjoyable by everybody. Okay, kids, adults, teenagers, whatnot. Okay, so um, I have to have the difficulty level high enough to be able to kind of handle that. So, um, but the carrying in this case is, you know, um, it's meant to basically mean that um, if a ghoul, a ghost, or a goblin captures a human, they try to take that human back at a slower speed, of course, back to their home. Okay, so um, so I'll need like some kind of animations to kind of show that, like the ghoul carrying uh, the human over their shoulder, a ghost carrying them like inside themselves or something like that, a goblin kind of carrying them out like a prince would carry a princess or something like that. Who knows? Okay, I'm just throwing stuff out there. Um, but it's all meant to be kind of kind of a silly kind of concept. The um, the animations and graphics that I'm picturing in my mind is stuff along the lines of that are silly in concept, like Plants versus Zombies, for example. You get what I'm saying? Um, it's not like disgusting level like some of the horror games that are out there, like Resident Evil or something along those lines. It's meant to be um, kind of like a silly kind of look to them. So I'm not actually scaring anyone by this game. Okay, so um, I mean, I guess if people want that, then maybe I'll do like a special edition GGG at some point in time or something like that. Like, if I do develop this eventually into a 3D game, then maybe I'll go, you know, GGG horror or something like that. Or, I don't really know. I personally, I don't really have that much of an interest in along those lines. But maybe um, if I get enough of an interest in it, then maybe. Um, Here, I'll make a note of it at least. Um, so if anyone um, wants to see that maybe in the future, then that's a possibility. Um, I've never been that into horror games myself, so but I mean, as a if you want to be a game developer, you kind of have to shoot for what the audience wants. Okay, so if there's a lot of people that want to see that, then um, as a game developer, um, you can't shoot it down completely. You see what I'm saying? Maybe if it is um, maybe a couple of years down the line, if this actually grows into some kind of studio or something like that, um, maybe you could have a sub team that does it or something like that. That's down the line. Okay, um, not the basis for this particular game right at the moment. So, um, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes. Let's see what other trapping, carrying. Um, don't think I really have anything more on the enemy side for animations per se um, concerning this. Hmm. Um, let's see. Yeah, that's probably about it. Okay. Oof. So I think for the most part we are done with the initial concept for the game. Um, like I said, I'm using a lot of the information given to me by friends of mine that actually developed this game. Um, so I'm trying to keep with the initial concept as much as I can. So now, with this in mind, now it's time to try to see if I can um, see what I can do to try to maybe build this up in some fashion or another. Um, mm, I got my work cut out for me. Um, but I mean, I'm tired of having to, um, pardon me saying okay. Sorry about that. I'm tired of um, waiting for my applications or my resumes to be taken in. So I'm just going to try to build something myself. Getting tired of waiting for others to say, you know, to give me a shot on their development team. So I'm going to just try to develop something myself and see what I can do. So this this is going to take a while. I'm not going to say that this isn't going to be some kind of something that can be easily done um, in 1 or 2 sessions. But I mean, hell, if you look back on my tutorials, um, just um, the 2D roguelike, I think I had four different streams to handle it all. So um, and that's based off of assets that were already kind of um, built. Um, the tutorials were already kind of done. Um, Layouts were already kind of conceived. All these kind of matters were um, already thought out. So, I mean, I don't even have graphics for any of these, so that's why I'm kind of hesitant a little bit uh, on this, especially when I don't have the art or sounds or anything along those lines. So we'll see what happens here. So let's see. Let me try to kind of go with the um, um, use some of the tutorials that I kind of remember and try to work through all of this. So, um, okay. I don't know what kind of assets I might be. I'm probably gonna need to like look into some of Unity's free assets that I can use, if nothing else, but to just try to, um, you know, have um, animations or um, assets for the humans and all the different enemies for this game. So, um, but I'll have to kind of look at that a little bit later on this. This is all kind of initial concept and build up for the time being on this. So I don't want to. I want to make sure that I get everything kind of ironed out to a point where I'm not shooting myself in the foot later on down the road. Um, because believe me, this this is gonna take some time to kind of work through it all. So I'm not gonna say that this isn't gonna be easy. So especially when I'm by myself. um, but we'll see what we can do. So first off, let's go ahead and get some folders down. So one of the common folders that they did was prefabs. Um, Another one that they did was animations. Um, Another one was scripts. Let's see. Um, what else should I consider? Um, don't really necessarily need a folder for levels because, like I said, the generation of the levels um, will be pre-built each level. So um, let's see. I guess maybe I need a folder for sounds. Um, see. I'm gonna need probably I'll put down UI for now. I don't really know if I need an actual folder for that, but you know, it's um, as you're playing through the game, I'm gonna need a user interface um, for all these kind of aspects. You know, the title screen, the game over, so on and so forth. So I may need to um, set up different screens for it, and I may need to put it in the UI folder, but we'll see. We'll see whether or not that um, on that end. Um, let's see. What else? Um, what else am I missing here? If anybody has any kind of advice or whatnot that they want to give to me, I'm all ears. I'm not gonna go, oh well, that's dumb. No, I mean, you know, I welcome any kind of um, you know, ideas or whatnot to try to help me move forward a bit. You know, especially seeing that, I mean, I just barely got through all the tutorials for this, so, um, and I'm gonna try to keep this as a 2D, so, um, but this being my very first game that I'm actually trying to build myself without any kind of assistance from anyone else, you know, I'm gonna run into some problems. So, um, so if you guys have done development before kind of aspect, and you're going, hey Jim, your assets, you're gonna need another folder for this particular um, uh, all-encompassing concept that most newbies forget about. Please let me know. You know, I'm okay with that. Um, so, uh, okay. Um, the prefabs will hold on to the humans' enemies. It will also hold on to the tiles. Um, I'm gonna need a game manager that will hold on to the levels and determine the amount of resources available. So um, I'm going to need a board manager so that it can generate the um, the triangle of hexagons so that um, can kind of deal with the um, you know, so that you know the player can actually see it. Oh wait, let's see. I just remembered. I'm gonna want to have um, for resources um, full, and then partial. I don't know how I kind of want to do partial resources, whether or not like you know, if they gather a resource, you know, I reduce down the graphic in some form or another, so that it will you'll always be able to kind of tell how much is still left, but you know, I'm not sure on that end. Um, So, um, let's see, what else can I do here? Um, okay. Why are you giving me such problems there, phone? Stay with me here. Okay. Let's see, what else? Anything else that I can think of? I think that's about as much as I can really do at this point. Um, the concept-wise, anyway. I don't know if there's. I may look at this, next week and go, hey, listen, I'll need to kind of change this up a little bit. So, um, like I said, I still got, need to kind of go through the emails and all that kind of stuff to see if this was already kind of um, thought out prior. I get some more ideas, whatnot. So, okay. So let's see. Um, got the main camera, which is fine. Um, uh, hmm. Uh, Okay. Let's see. Um, this is meant to kind of prepare for the prefabs here. So I'm just going to um, I want these to be somewhat separate here. I was thinking about doing a just like enemy on that, but um, uh, these um, with the sheer amount of different uh, types of enemies, the standard, the trapper, the hunter, and so on and so forth. The um, trying to get the scripts necessary for them um, might change a little bit. So, like, I want the ghouls to follow a certain precedence, but the what they may need to do might change based off of whether or not they're a standard, a trapper, or hunter, for example. So that's why I'm um, kind of creating these objects a little bit that will be slightly different for each. So um, Uh, you know, and I'll throw them down into prefabs so that um, so I can kind of reuse them over and over and over again. Um, I'll have to. Actually, can I do that? Can I bring up the? Can I make another instance of the Unity for 2D roguelike? We'll see. Because I'm probably going to be taking um, a lot of the concepts from the 2D roguelike. Yeah, I can actually do that. Nice. So, um, I'm going to be basically looking at their prefabs and kind of um, copying it a little bit, like like the floors. They have different floors here, um, but I may just have like one floor um, for have multiple different floors, just to have the um, to represent the different tiles here. The human village, ghost village, plains, resources, barriers, so on and so forth. So, um, so let's see. Um, plains. I'm just adding these in just because these are the easiest ones to kind of understand. Um, let's see. Human village. Let's see. Ghoul village. Ghost village. And then Goblin village. Let's see. Save that for now. Save early, save often. Um, let's see. What else do I want to add here? Um, hmm. My Twitch is not being friendly to me right at this moment in time. Come on. Sync up with me, please. Okay. I only got about an hour left in the stream, so I gotta be kind of quick on this. So I have those. I have that. I don't want to create the resources just yet because, like I said before, I want to try to make sure that I kind of handle the specific resources um, for making these barriers and making the hunters and the like. So I want to kind of research this a little bit more before I set that into stone over here. Um, but I do like the concept of having this right here. Um, so I'll go ahead and make um, same kind of barrier. Now I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate. I'm probably shooting myself a little bit in the foot here by um, uh, in the fact that uh, each of these bearers, um, might be designed in a certain fashion that kind of works well off of each other. So, the fact that I'm not doing any of the components and whatnot, I might be shooting myself a little bit in the foot with that. Um, so if that comes along, then I'll need to kind of readjust. But I'm just throwing these in here just to have them for the time being. So it's not like I'm gonna have these kind of um, um, set in stone here. So uh, go goblin barrier. Ghost goblin. And then GGG. Okay. My Twitch app just does not want to work for me right at this moment in time, so I'm gonna have to really keep an eye on my chat log, chat room to make sure that everybody, if anyone wants to put down a comment, they can, and I'll need to kind of keep an eye on it. Let's see. I want to put down outer wall. Okay, save that. Okay, so these are done. That's done. And these are done. So, well, done, but not fleshed out for the most part. Um, Now, is it easier for me um, to have? Well, okay. So, uh, there's going to be two types of humans. Okay, there's the standard, and then there's going to be the hunters. Now, there's going to be three different types of hunters. One for ghouls, one for ghosts, and one for goblins. For the humans. Okay, I'm pointing at the ghouls, ghosts, and goblins. I know. But um, the humans have their own hunters for them. Um, is it better for me to have a human, and then based on the creation of said human, selecting whether or not they're a hunter and having the script kind of handle it right then and there, or because there might be multiple of these hunters, it's probably best to use an actual prefab off of that. I'm not 100% sure. Um, I like the concept of the prefabs in the sense that um, they're um, they're like like an abstract class kind of aspect. Something that is bare bones, but you can just kind of build off of it each and every single time. Okay, I like that kind of concept of these. Um, do I make I have the standard humans. Do I make a prefab for ghoul human hunter, ghost human hunter, and goblin human hunter? I'm not 100% sure on that. Um, they're individually going to be walking around, separate from the other humans. So, hmm. Scripts aren't going to be all that much different from them, but the animations might be different. So, um, so it might be necessary for me to actually have, uh, it might be necessary for me to create different prefabs for them so I can kind of separate out the animations. Like, for example, if I go to the roguelike, for example, um, you have um, this the standard player kind of aspect, but um, it has two different enemies as well, with its own um, you know it has its own different enemy attacks kind of aspect to them. So I well, I'm pointing at this, but you get what I'm saying. Um, I have two different controllers going on, and while they might have the same, same type of animator controller, kind of, or a similar kind of animation controller, you know, um, it might be slightly different, because I'm using a different override of it. So, yeah, I might need to do that. So, let's go ahead and bring this up here, and then we'll create ourselves. Oh, Um, let's go ahead and build, add the components in for the human, and then I'll duplicate those 3 times to make the hunters. So let's go ahead and go back to the roguelike. I'll look at the prefabs for the player, and I will try to add in these details a little bit into mine, seeing that I'm pretty much going to be using some of the information that they gave me through the 2D roguelike for this. So I'm hoping that this kind of works. So human, add component. Let's see, sprite. It was sprite renderer that they had. Here, I'm going to move this over here real quick so I can kind of see it off screen here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, sprite renderer. Animator. Rigid body 2D. Okay, and now we have box slider 2D and script. Oh, it's not. Let's see. Yeah, no. Okay. Never mind. I'll have to worry about the script later. I don't want to be, throwing those details in there too early. So, yeah, okay, so we got those. Now, let's go ahead and duplicate it 3 times so that we can have the, the 3 different hunters. And I'll rename each one Ghoul Hunter. Ghost Hunter. And Goblin Hunter. Okay, so there's the 3 on those. Let's see, I'm probably going to need the same kind of, probably going to be needing the same kind of concept with the Ghouls, Ghosts, and Goblins. Do I want hunters, though, for them? Now, if I do something like this, if I create another folder in prefabs, say human, and I put all the human prefabs in there, will the Unity be able to kind of see me calling for those prefabs during the game, or do they have to be remaining in the prefabs folder itself? Like, you know, if I go here, they didn't really organize it into subfolders here. They kind of did for these, so I guess it's okay. But that's for animation, so I'm hoping that maybe I can do prefabs on this. You know, prefab folders. Not sure. Okay, I might as well make the folders for them anyway, just so I can kind of reference them quickly later on. Let's see. There we go. So I'll have those on hand. So when I'm at a spot where I'm comfortable with the prefabs, and I can put them in their respective folders within the prefabs, and I can reuse them however I want to. At least, you know, cross my fingers. That's the way, you know, my mind is working right at the moment. So we'll see. Now over here, you know, under animations, that has animations itself, and that has the animation controller. I don't know if this is the, you know, the right way of going about doing it, but you know, I'm probably going to want to kind of mimic this a little bit, maybe. Okay, save those. Now, they don't really have a whole lot of scripts to the roguelike right at the moment in time. You know, fairly simplistic scripting for what it has. Don't know about the sprite sheet here. We'll see what happens there. Okay, so we'll see as we kind of progress through whether or not I want to make any additional subfolders for, you know, like the scenes, the scripts, the sounds, whatnot. So, I may want to do something like sound effects and music, maybe. We'll see what happens there. whether or not that's a good choice or not. Let's get a little darker. Turn up the light a little bit. Let's see. Okay. Hmm. I'm gonna go ahead and put this down here. And now there. Okay. I mean, I don't really see too much of a hassle with that. I can't really see the chat menu there. Okay. Seeing my phone's not really working right at the moment, I can't really see the chat message, so this darn 2D rig light menu was blocking it. Okay. Let's see. I guess I'm gonna probably want the exact same things for human for the Ghost, Ghoul, and Goblin. So, so you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate these 3 times. I'll go ahead and delete these. And then we'll go ahead and Ghoul, Ghost, Goblin. There we go. So now it has, the spray render, animator, 2D rigid body, and boxelators, all for, each one of these. So, now, here's the thing that is going to be interesting because the ghost concept that I have with this is that they would be able to, float through most barriers per se. So I don't know how well whether or not I can actually kind of do the box collider per se for it. So it's going to be interesting to kind of it's going to be interesting to be able to kind of switch off these assets because let's for example here, okay, we're going to want to be able to uh, switch from like a trapper, laying down its trap, turning into like a standard enemy, okay, hiding in the bush or something like that, waiting for the trap to be sprung. Then them actually carrying someone, and then uh, um, and then them being kind of stopped by, a human hunter, for example. So I'm gonna put down death for these. We're not gonna be seeing any kind of death on the humans. They're gonna be taken back to the village, and uh, well, they'll be eaten there, kind of thing. But we're not gonna really say that per se, in game. um, but it's the you know humans dying are not going to actually happen on the map itself. It will be the enemies gathering the individual, taking them back to the village, and you know disposing them there. Okay, so um, so there isn't really going to be any kind of there isn't really going to be a need for a death animation, for the humans. So um, I don't include the carrying with the humans because this will be shown by the enemy themselves, not by the humans. Okay, it'd be silly to have a graphic for the humans when it's the enemy that's going to actually be carrying them along. So, okay, I guess I should go ahead and make duplicates for these guys. Oh wait, I already have Ghoul being a stat. Oh, No, Ghoul standard should be fine. I don't really need 3 of these, so I can just do Ghoul Trapper. So I don't really need 3 per se. Because I have the Ghoul, Ghost, and Goblin standards. So save all that. Okay, so so we have a fair amount of objects already kind of being built. Oh, let's see. Um, by box clutter. Don't think I need animations for the outer walls, so I don't really think I need an animator for that. I could be wrong. Feel free to let me know if I am. Let's see, what else can I do on this? Um, hmm. I'll need to kind of research this. I'll need to research this a little bit more. Um, I'm I'm coming up to the tail end of this, so uh, I'm, you know, I need to. I changed my schedule around, so if anyone's kind of watching this with me right at the moment, I'm changing my schedule from the 4 to 8 that I had before to 2 to 6. Um, so I'm gonna be ending my stream in about 15 minutes. Um, but I don't really know if I really wanna um, push much more on this a little bit. Um, let's see. I still want to try to, you know, go over um, go over the concepts here a little bit more, making sure all the resources are kind of set into place. Um, Determine whether or not I want to do an actual kind of technology tree kind of concept. Um, then I'm gonna need to figure out um, how to kind of handle the hex tiles. Um, so, so there's gonna be that. Um, hmm, what else? I'm gonna want to try to do more abstract on, more of an abstract on the standard, the human, the ghouls, ghosts, and goblins, so that the hunters, and the trappers can kind of build off of that a little bit. So, um, let's see, anything else? Sorry, folks, I'm kind of drawing a blank a little bit. Um, I don't want to go. I mean, I'm getting really close to the end of the stream right at this moment in time, and I don't want to be um, pushing too hard on the um, the development of the prefabs too much without um, making sure that I'm not um, causing problems for myself later. Um, as it is anyway, I may not even use the ghoul hunters, the ghoul, ghost, and goblin hunters. So these might be prefabs that will um, never actually show up in game. Um, we'll see. And who knows? Maybe I'll just put that as like an extreme kind uh, of level. Like, hey, you've just completed all the normal levels. Here's the extreme levels with these hunters. Who knows? Something to kind of consider a little bit. Um, but yeah, I'll throw these into the prefabs and reuse them over and over and over again. You know. Um, let's see. Anything else I should be aware of? Um, hmm. I think I'm gonna be calling it here, guys. Uh, my mind is kind of thinking about all the different possibilities, and right at the moment, um, I'm gonna have to kind of do some more research on the side to figure out where I want to kind of go with this. Um, then um, probably next Sunday I'll get more into the um, I'll start probably um, I'll try to find um, an asset list that I can use. Something that actually has audio files and sprites that I can use um, for this game. Um, like I said, if there's anyone out there that wants to kind of work on these sprites, work on audio files, work on sprites or something along those lines to help me out on this, then um, let me know, shoot me a message, um, because I know that I'm gonna have a hard time with that myself. I'm gonna have a hard time trying to create sprites myself, create audio files myself, um, because I'm not technically inclined on those. I mean, I will if I cannot find any kind of resources whatsoever um, that kind of matches with what I'm kind of looking for the sprites and the audio. Um, hopefully I can find something, but for the time being, um, it's gonna have to kind of wait. Um, and then of course, um, when as I kind of start making the scripts, I'm gonna have to kind of follow along with with what they've done, you know, on their scripts. Uh, I'll definitely have to work on their enemy script a little bit more than what they have here. Um, just their whole move enemy script needs to be better. Um, uh, but I'll try to use, you know, some of their aspects on this to try to get a uh, you know, something better on my end. So, but yeah, I think that's where I'm gonna have to kind of call it. Um, so, got the initial concept, you know, kind of fleshed out a little bit. Obviously, I'm gonna need to kind of go back over all this to make sure that I'm getting um, the style that my friend wanted to kind of to have. Um, you know, I may need to kind of expand on the story a little bit more based off of what he did. We'll see. We'll see. There's a lot to kind of flesh out a little bit. I mean, this is the first um, this is first day, first stream of the, you know, the game Ghouls, Ghosts, and Goblins. So um, there's gonna be um, some growing pains as I continue on this. Um, so I still got research this a little bit. I got to research some programming aspects to make sure that I can handle all of this. You know, get the text reference, you know, the tiles, the movement, the um, all those kind of details in place for this, and um, I need to find the any kind of assets that I can grab that will have, you know, sprites and audio and stuff like that and fonts that, you know, might match what I kind of want to do for this game. Um, and then it's just a matter of building the scripts. And that itself is going to be quite a bit of work. Um, because while I might take some of the um, some license with the 2D roguelike a little bit, um, there's going to be a lot more. Um, there's a lot more involved here because unlike the 2D roguelike, the player won't have direct control over the humans that are going to be created. The humans have their own artificial intelligence, and those are going to be um, kind of handled by the game itself as well. So there's going to be a lot of scripting, a lot of AI programming to get this game up and running. So um, we'll see where we can go from here. Um, so yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and end it for now. So it's slightly early, but it's on time. That's okay. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end it here. So thank you very much for watching. I'll be posting this onto my YouTube channel, so if you missed any of it and you want to kind of look to see what I did, um, it'll be posted there. You'll find links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter accounts, um, all on my YouTube channel. I have a couple polls on my Twitter accounts right at this moment in time about um, what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. Um, to be honest, I probably should have made it a 7-day poll, but um, maybe I can just play like a couple simple games for the week before the poll ends, um, just to kind of fill in the 4-hour time slots for each day. Um, or maybe I'll just throw in some random Minecraft or something like that. I don't know. Maybe I'll throw a poll out there, um, just to say, hey, you want to see me play some Minecraft, you know, for this week. We'll see. We'll see. Um, let's see. Anything else? On my YouTube channel, you'll find multiple games already completed there. Um, so, if you have any kind of questions or comments that you want to give, feel free to drop those off on those particular videos. Um, let's see, what else? Uh, um, I don't know. I think that's about it. So, um, just to reiterate, my schedule has now changed. I'm going to be doing 2 to 6 for the foreseeable future. It may change later. Okay, so just bear that in mind. Um, uh, um, I can't guarantee what the future may bring. So we'll see what happens. So yeah, that's where we're gonna go ahead and leave off there, folks. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hope to see you next time, and have a good night, strangers. Take care.